right, good morning, everyone. We are getting ready to get started with our Youth Beef Market Steer Show. Our first breed this morning is our Angus breed. We're going to get started with Class 1 of Angus steers. We have 4 entries. We have Peyton Davis with her steer weighing 1,275 pounds. We have Dalen Ogg with his steer weighing 1,250 pounds. We have Madison Oler with her steer weighing 1,260 pounds. And we have Autumn Sweeney with her steer weighing 1,117 pounds. Our judge here with us this morning is Mr. Ray Ramsey. Mr. Ramsey grew up on a purebred seed stock operation in Indiana, specializing in Hereford, Angus, and Shorthorn beef cattle. His judging career began by judging livestock through 4-H and FFA. His high school team achieved the highest state level by winning the state #1 spot and going on to be the second place in the national competition. After high school, Ramsey went on to judge meets and live evaluation at Purdue University, where he and his teammates won several contests, including winning the Omaha meet and live contest and placing top 3 in the national finals at Louisville. After college, Ramsey began working as a sales representative for a large animal pharmaceutical company, moving on to become a regional manager for the same firm. Following the pharmaceutical business, Ramsey headed up the largest regional livestock marketing company in the Midwestern and Eastern states. Under his leadership, MLE pioneered the first livestock internet sale business and national bull lease program, helping beef producers improve their feeder cattle. In addition, Ramsey started an integrated program where the improved genetic livestock could be enrolled in a pay-for-performance model. Ramsey is still involved in the family operation that has exhibited several national champions in both the Shorthorn and Hereford breeds. One of the highlights of the family business was raising and showing the first female ever to be campaigned as an undefeated 5-time national champion. The Ramsey family has through its embryo program, been able to produce and populate genetics throughout the United States, as well as exporting to several foreign countries. Mr. Ramsey has had the pleasure, privilege, and opportunity of judging national, regional, and local beef cattle shows over the past years, including National Western Junior Hereford Show in Denver, Colorado, National Hereford Show in Fort Worth, Texas, the National Hereford Show in Keystone and Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, state fairs in Maryland, Ohio, Kentucky, and Illinois, and Indiana. Mr. Ramsey currently serves as president and chairman of the Hereford Youth Foundation of America that produces and supports Junior National Hereford Expo, the largest breed beef junior show in North America. Ramsey is also a partner in an international importation business based in Indianapolis with offices in several states and in Canada. Let's give Mr. Ramsey a big round of applause for coming out this morning and judging our youth here in Frederick County.
I think a really nice class to start this morning. I appreciate the quality, and I think that we've got a really excellent class here. If this was a judging class that we were doing for collegiate or high school, I think this would be an excellent class to try to do some education on. I think we've got a real two-pair class. These two steers that we start off with 1 and 2, I think match up really nicely. I think the differences is the steer in second is probably the longer profiled steer, but he's the steer that's flatter in his overall design. He has less meat animal shape down his top and then through his stifle and his lower quarter, but he has a long-sided, smooth steer. The steer we start with, I think the steer that just possesses more power, more muscle design, especially down his top and through his hip. I think he really excels the other steer. He's a little shorter-sided, but with the hip structure he's got and the width of base at the ground, excels to start this class. Then we come in with a pair of steers here that these young exhibitors brought to us this morning, and I think just a little plainer than the steers we start the class with, but steers that are still good in their overall right, and I think they match up in third and fourth here just from the terms of muscle and meat and performance that they carry, and this steer that goes third excels on the steer in fourth in all those dimensions, and I think he's more nearly kind that we started the class with. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause for a really nice class.
Results of Class 1 Angus steers. First place, Peyton Davis. Second place, Madison Oler. Third place, Dalen Ogg. And fourth place, Autumn Sweeney. Reading down your program on the right-hand side, 1, 3, 2, 4. Entering the ring now will be Class 2 of our Angus steers. We have 4 entries. Lexi Bureau with her steer weighing 1,327 pounds. Delaney Ogg with her steer weighing 1,315 pounds. Travis Storm with his steer weighing 1,306 pounds. And Kelsey Troxel with her steer weighing 1,326 pounds.
I think another excellent class from top to bottom. I think there's low quality all the way through. I think there's some differences that we'd like to discuss. But the steer we start out with is the longest profiled steer by far. He's way longer than anything in here in this class. I think the width and dimension down the top is probably a toss-up between the two steers. I think this steer might appear to be a little less, maybe because he's so long and he's taller than the other steer. The steer's more in second, is a shorter-sided steer. I like the structure better on the steer that we start the class with when you put him in motion. I don't think that's a big deal, but I think it's worth discussing. Steer we've got in second suits me very well. Just not quite as long and as good profiled and as nice and as skeleton as the steer we start the class with. But I think those two steers are really competitive off the top and make a really nice pair. Then we've got a pair of steers off the bottom, a little flatter in their design, a little flatter in their muscle structure, don't carry quite the amount of explosive stifle and down in their tops as the two steers we start with. But I think good steers from top to bottom, and let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Results of Class 2 Angus steers. First place goes to Kelsey Troxel. Second place, Travis Storm. Third place, Delaney Ogg. Fourth place, Lexi Bureau. Following along in your program on the right-hand side, 4, 3, 2, 1. Entering the ring now will be Class 3 of Angus steers. We have Hayden Hahn with her steer weighing 1,369 pounds. Charlie Sweeney with her steer weighing 1,368 pounds. Charlie Sweeney with her steer weighing 1,360 pounds. Rebecca Sweeney with her steer weighing 1,348 pounds. And Peyton Troxel with her steer weighing 1,365 pounds.
Another really nice class, Angus steers, and I truly mean that. I think there's a lot of useful cattle from top to bottom. I think it's hard to deny the steer that wins the class in terms of his balance, his eye appeal, and the way he puts a meat animal package pretty well together. And I like his structure, I like the balance, and I like the way the steer's put together. And I think it's hard to argue that he's not one of the deepest, longest, thickest steers in here, down his top, through his stifle, especially out through his hip. As you get behind all these cattle and look at him, I think he excels in all those things. Then we've got the steer that follows him in type and kind probably as well as any in here. I think the steer is a lot flatter in his overall design, but a steer that really is long profiled and deep sided and sound like the steer we start the class with, and so I think he logically goes in second. Then we've got three steers down here that to me you kind of line up in terms of their meat animal shape, and when you get behind them, look down their top, you kind of line them up the way that we've got them, and I don't think any of the steers really have a problem. I just think that as you analyze them, what market value they bring to and the pounds of muscle that they bring to you, they logically line up in that space. So if you would, give these exhibitors a round of applause. A really nice class.
Results of Class 3 Angus steers. First place goes to Hayden Hahn. Second place, Peyton Troxel. Third place, Charlie Sweeney. Fourth place, Charlie Sweeney. And fifth place, Rebecca Sweeney. Entering the ring now is Class 4 and our final class of Angus steers. We have Parker Hahn with his steer weighing 1,439 pounds. Jordan Oler with her steer weighing 1,415 pounds. Reese Sweeney with her steer weighing 1,435 pounds. And Joshua Wyville with his steer weighing 1,415 pounds. Following along in your program for Class 3 of Angus steers on the right-hand side, 1, 3, 4, 5, and 2. Again, in the ring now is our fourth and final class of Angus steers. Following this class will be the selection of our champion and reserve champion Angus steer.
I think excellent class. Like a lot of things about a lot of these steers in here. Steer I start with, I think to me he brings the most shape. Again, we've talked a lot about it, but when you get behind him and look, he's more powerfully built at the ground. He's more powerfully built down his top, and he puts it in a pretty nice eye-appealing package. I just think it's hard to deny these cattle that look good, that carry a lot of meat animal shape to them, and that steer does it in this class. We've got a steer that comes in next, just a little bit flatter, a little bit longer, and more angular in his design. Nothing wrong with that. It just doesn't bring as much power to him. He's not as wide down his top. He's not as wide at the ground as the other steer that we start the class with, but a really nice, smooth, well put together steer that you like skeletally, and he brings a lot to the table. The next steer we've got a little shorter sided steer, a little flatter in his design down through his stifle and his lower quarter, from his hip back maybe a little bit shorter sided than the steer that we've got ahead of him. And then the steer that we close the class with is a steer that's flatter, especially from his hip back. Again, when you get behind him and look at him, you just kind of line those steers up that way in terms of the amount of shape that they've got. And I like to change the skeleton a little bit, design of the way the steer moves, but I don't think it's critical. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause, if you would, please.
Results of Class 4 Angus steers. First place goes to Parker Hahn. Second place, Jordan Oler. Third place, Reese Sweeney. Fourth place, Joshua Wyville. Following along in your program on the right-hand side, 1, 2, 3, 4. Entering the ring now will be our drive for our champion and reserve champion Angus steers. We'll be bringing in our second place steers first. From Class 1, we have Madison Oler. Class 2, Travis Storm. Class 3, Peyton Troxel. And Class 4, Jordan Oler. Our first place winners for our Angus steers. From Class 1, we have Peyton Davis. From Class 2, Kelsey Troxel. From Class 3, Hayden Hahn. And Class 4, Parker Hahn. We would like to take this time to thank our sponsors for our awards for our Champion Angus Steer and Reserve Angus Steer. Our Champion Angus Steer Award today is sponsored by the Maryland Angus Association, and our Reserve Champion Angus Steer Award today is sponsored by the Eric Troxel family. For those watching ringside, the weights of our animals out in this final drive for our Angus steer show. From Class 1, Peyton Davis's steer weighs 1,275 pounds. From Class 2, Kelsey Troxel's steer weighs 1,326 pounds. From Class 3, Hayden Hahn's steer weighs 1,369 pounds. And from Class 4, Parker Hahn's steer weighs 1,439 pounds.
Well, I don't know if you are proud of these kids, but I think that they've done a super job, and I fortunately get to do several state fairs and regional shows and county fairs and those different things, and I can tell you from my experience, you can get in your car and I'll fill it up with gas for you, and you can drive to as many counties as you can, and you won't find an Angus steer show probably any better than this. I think that it's a super job. I'm sure that some of the state fairs haven't had steers much better than these steers are. So I first like to congratulate all the families and all the kids and for bringing a super set like this. And I truly mean that. I think that I'm pretty impressed with the Angus steer show that we've got in front of us. I'll go out and pick a couple for you, but I think that what just reiterated what I've said a whole time this morning is I think we're trying to find a really presentable animal that looks the part, that is functional, sound, and brings you the most amount of power and muscle in that kind of package. And I hopefully that's what we'll try to find. But I think we've got some really nice places that we can land out here. So again, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause, if you would.
Congratulations, your champion Angus steer is exhibited by Parker Hahn. Coming into contention from Class 4 is our second place, exhibited by Jordan Oler. Congratulations, your reserve champion Angus steer is exhibited by Hayden Hahn. We're now going to take a quick break to go ahead and do pictures of our champion and reserve champion Angus steer before we get started with our Hereford show.
some years.
Oh, no, it's so good to see you. I came. Oh, it's so good to see you. We come to the beef barn every year, but I don't see you. You're not here. He's not sitting here waiting for me to come to the fair.
What's going on, brother?
Oh, he's not good.
Ronnie called and told me about it. And I said,
He had a stroke, and we're supposed to say at the end we're selling the farm next Wednesday. It's supposed to go to settlement. And Larry's mind is not right, and he doesn't want to sign. One of the sisters says, I'm going to have to really talk to him.
All right, we will now get started with our Hereford Market Steer Show. Entering the ring now is Class 1. We have Sean Duty with his steer weighing 1,217 pounds. Sorry. Michaela Eckenrode is first in the ring, with her steer weighing 1,211 pounds. Gracie Stevens with her steer weighing 1,216 pounds. And we have Sean Sweeney with his steer weighing 1,195 pounds. Sean Duty was a scratch in this class.
I think this first class of Hereford steer is a pretty interesting and challenging class. I don't think there's any question that the steer we start out the class with has got the most amount of top and the most amount of hip, especially when you look down from he comes in at the top of his shoulders down and through there, he's got the most amount of shape by far. He may be the leanest steer in here though, and because these steers are lighter weight at this point, they probably not reached his end point, and I think actually will get better as he gets older, but I think that's the logical place to start just because he's got the most amount of shape and the most amount of top of anything in here. Then the steer we come in next is probably the steer that follows him in type and kind. He just wants to pinch in a little bit harder in behind his shoulder and get a little more apex in his top as he comes into his spine a little bit. I think his hip and hind leg are fine. I like his bone and structure, his skeleton, but the steer just didn't have as much shape down his top as the steer we start the class with. But he's got more finish, and I like that about him. Then we come with a steer that's probably carrying more fat than he is muscle down in his lower 1/3, a steer that's probably reached his end point in terms of his finish and those kind of things. Just doesn't have as much shape and down in his hip. From his hip back into his stifle, he's not nearly as wide and at the ground as he is steers above him. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Real nice set of steers.
Results of Class 1 Hereford steers. First place goes to Michaela Eckenrode. Second place, Sean Sweeney. Third place, Gracie Stevens. Following along in your program down the right-hand side, scratch 1, 3, 2. Entering the ring now will be Class 2 of Hereford steers. Shane Duty is a scratch. We have David Hawkins with his steer weighing 1,310 pounds. Austin Justice with his steer weighing 1,298 pounds. And Aubrey Lambert with her steer weighing 1,241 pounds.
I think a nice class here, and I think the steers are feeling the nice weather and getting a little frisky with the young lady, but she did a nice job of trying to control him. Let's give her a round of applause. I think this steer, again, a logical place to start. I think especially as you see him come out of his top, that's where it really separates from the other steers. I think his top line, his hip, and the way he holds himself together when you get him on the move, and the amount of muscle shape he's got down his top and through his lower quarter. I think I will come back and tell you that I think this long profile steer we got in second, from his hip back, probably excels that steer. Where he does not excel him is top of his spine. He's a little looser in his structure, and he wants to lose his top. Now, part of that is because he's a longer steer, longer profiled steer. I love his skeleton, his bone work, and his structure. He just not got quite as much shape in his top and his power from his spine up into his loin as a steer that we've got, and that's a lot of your high dollar cuts in my mind. And then we've got a steer here that closes a class, and I think he's just a little flatter in his overall design. Not taking anything away from the steer, but it's hard for him to compete higher in a class when you've got a big old hip steer in front of him that comes ahead of him. Let's give these kids a round of applause, if you would, please.
Results of Class 2 Hereford steers. First place goes to Aubrey Lambert. Second place, Austin Justice. And third place, David Hawkins. Following along in your program, down the right-hand side, scratch, 3, 2, 1. Entering the ring now is our Class 3 of Hereford steers. We have Delaney Clark with her steer weighing 1,330 pounds. We have David Hawkins with his steer weighing 1,339 pounds. Maddie Mae Lambert with her steer weighing 1,326 pounds. And Marshall Stevens with his steer weighing 1,343 pounds.
Another excellent class. I think the Hereford steers in this. I think that really quality from top to bottom again. I think there's some things to really think about when you place these steers, and I just get to thinking about everything that we're trying to do here and produce meat and produce mounds of muscle, and I think this steer comes to the top in terms of that. He's a little leaner maybe than the steer that goes in second, but I think the strength down his top and the hip and the structure, the width of base that he's got, the structure of his skeleton and how wide sprung he is, I think all those things are in his favor. Will we like to change his structure a little bit, make him a little freer moving? I think there's no question about that. But that's a whole skeletal issue. But the steer is getting close to market weight, so I don't think we need to really concern ourselves with that. But we'd like to discuss it at least. And I think that's where this steer excels. He's got a steer that's a little softer in his overall design, a little bit more angular in his skeleton, the way he moves and his shoulder fits together. I think all those things are nice in his favor. But I think that we need to really keep in mind that he's not as powerfully built down his top and through his hip as the steer we've got above him, but he brings a lot of that to the table, and he's probably the next in that dimension. When you see the steer come next, that's a little flatter in his overall design, a little shorter, he's deeper in his chest and higher in his flank, and that's also the steer that closes a class. He's shorter in his front, and he's deeper in his chest as when he comes at you, and he does have the flare and dimension to his muscle down his top and through his lower quarter as the steers that go above him. But I think really nice steers from top to bottom. Let's give these exhibitors all a round of applause, if you would, please.
Also Class 3 Hereford steers. First place goes to Delaney Clark. Second place, Maddie Mae Lambert. Third place, David Hawkins. And fourth place, Marshall Stevens. Following along in your program, down the right-hand side, 1, 3, 2, 4. Entering the ring now is Class 4 of our Hereford steers. We have Caroline Ahalt with her steer weighing 1,352 pounds. Cora Koblentz with her steer weighing 1,386 pounds. Kylie Kramer with her steer weighing 1,353 pounds. Austin Justice with his steer weighing 1,360 pounds. Blake Lambert with his steer weighing 1,350 pounds. And Riley Rook with her steer weighing 1,380 pounds. Our judge here with us this morning is Mr. Ray Ramsey. Ramsey grew up on a purebred seed stock operation in Indiana, specializing in Hereford, Angus, and Shorthorn beef cattle. His judging career began by judging livestock through 4-H and FFA. His high school team achieved the highest state level by winning the state #1 spot and going on to be the second place in the national competition. After high school, Ramsey went on to judge meets and live evaluation at Purdue University, where he and his teammates won several contests, including winning the Omaha meet and live contest and placing top 3 in the national finals at Louisville. After college, Ramsey began working as a sales representative for a large animal pharmaceutical company, moving on to become a regional manager for the same firm. Following the pharmaceutical business, Ramsey headed up the largest regional livestock marketing company in the Midwestern and Eastern states. Under his leadership, MLE pioneered the first livestock internet sale business and national bull lease program, helping beef producers improve their feeder cattle. In addition, Ramsey started an integrated program where the improved genetic livestock could be enrolled in a pay-for-performance model. Ramsey is still involved in the family operation that has exhibited several national champions in both the Shorthorn and Hereford breeds. One of the highlights of the family business was raising and showing the first female ever to be campaigned as an undefeated 5-time national champion. The Ramsey family has through its embryo program, been able to produce and populate genetics throughout the United States, as well as exporting to several foreign countries. Ramsey has had the pleasure, privilege, and opportunity of judging national, regional, and local beef cattle shows over the past years, including the National Western Junior Hereford Show in Denver, Colorado, National Hereford Show in Fort Worth, Texas, the National Hereford Show at Keystone in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, and state fairs in Maryland, Ohio, Kentucky, Illinois, and Indiana. Mr. Ramsey currently serves as president and chairman of the Hereford Youth Foundation of America that produces and supports the Junior National Hereford Expo, the largest breed junior beef show in North America. Ramsey is also a partner in an international importation business based in Indianapolis with offices in several states and in Canada. Let's give Mr. Ray Ramsey a big round of applause for coming out to judge our youth today here in Frederick County.
Nice big class of Hereford steers. Let's give all the exhibitors a round of applause, if you would please. I'm really happy with the quality all the way through the class, especially in the top 2, 3 in this class. I think that we've got some really nice steers. Steer I start with, I think, is a steer, really in its overall appearance, very clean, trim, well-balanced, all those things. But then when you get to analyze the steer, he's probably got the most amount of muscle working down his top, through his hip, down his lower stifle. He's a wider steer at the ground. I like the way he balances up a little nicer. He's a little deeper in his twist and rear than the steer that we've got that comes next, is deeper in his chest and higher in his rear flank. Doesn't balance up quite as nice, isn't quite as explosive in his muscle structure, but another steer that's very attractive and puts it in a really nice package. And I think it's probably the next steer's got the next amount of pounds of muscle. Then we got a really long-sided steer that's a little bit greener, I think, a little bit rougher down his top than the steers that we've got below him. Carries a little bit more down in his chest and lower brisket than the other steers do, but I think really nice and square in his hip and got overall design that we like. Then we've got a steer again that comes down to the back, and he really is lower at the ground than he is wider at the top. He's just narrower based steer with a little less muscle than the steers we've got above him. As we go on down the class, I think we get more of that, and these cattle are carrying more in their upper 2/3 of their chest, and they're carrying back in the lower 1/3 of their bodies. They're just not as wide based and got as much muscle from their hip back as they do in the shoulder and down their tops. Let's give the exhibitors a round of applause. A really nice class.
Results of Class 4 Hereford steers. First place goes to Austin Justice. Second place, Caroline Ahalt. Third place, Cora Koblentz. Fourth place, Blake Lambert. Fifth place, Kylie Kramer. And sixth place, Riley Rook. Following along in your program, down the right-hand side, 2, 3, 5, 1, 4, and 6. Entering the ring now will be Class 5 of our Hereford steers. We have Colton Atwell with his steer weighing 1,453 pounds. Shane Duty with his steer weighing 1,405 pounds. Blake Lambert with his steer weighing 1,435 pounds. Miley Lambert with her steer weighing 1,415 pounds. Matthew Lewis with his steer weighing 1,430 pounds. And Ty Stevens with his steer weighing 1,416 pounds. This is our final class of Herefords for the day. Following this class, we will have the selection of our champion and reserve champion Hereford steer.
Really, really nice class of heavyweight Hereford steers here, I think, and a really nice individual lead off the class. And the steer just kind of hits you when you look at him. He's so well balanced and so square and level in his hip, nice in his top, laid into his shoulder really nice, and puts a lot of shape in behind that. And I think that's where he kind of differentiates himself from the steer that we've got in second. The steer in second, really a powerfully built steer, maybe a little shorter sided, but he's more of a piecey steer. He's got a front piece, a middle piece, and an end piece. And I'm not really being critical to him. I love the power in the calf. He just doesn't fit together quite as nicely as this steer does. And you can see how smooth this steer is compared to that steer. And I think that's just kind of where he excels him. But I think both of those steers are really powerful in their design, and I think those two steers really excel this class. Then we get into a bunch of other steers, and the steer that we've got in third, I think, is a nice, smooth, long-sided steer. Not quite the power and the pizzazz as the two steers that we've got above him, but a really nice, solid animal, and I really appreciate a lot of that thing about him. You can go ahead and take these two steers out. As we get down into fourth, fifth, and sixth in this class, I think those are the things that we've got a shorter-sided steer there that's in fifth, and I think that's what it really is differentiated in the class here. All good steers, really sound, easy moving. I think the steers you could always make money with every day, but I think just not quite the power, not quite the mass, not quite the balance and style of the steers that we've got above him, but I think really nice steers all the way through, and I mean that for sure. Let's give these kids a round of applause, if you would, please.
Results of Class 5 Hereford steers. First place goes to Shane Duty. Second place, Ty Stevens. Third place, Colton Atwell. Fourth place, Miley Lambert. Fifth place, Blake Lambert. And sixth place, Matthew Lewis. We will now bring in our drive for our selection of our champion and reserve champion Hereford steers. Our second place steers will be entering the ring first. From Class 1, our second place entry is Sean Sweeney. From Class 2, Austin Justice. From Class 3, Maddie Mae Lambert. From Class 4, Caroline Ahalt. And Class 5, Ty Stevens. Again, these are your second place entries from our Hereford classes. Entering the ring now are class winners for our Hereford steers. From Class 1, we have Michaela Eckenrode. Class 2, Aubrey Lambert. Class 3, Delaney Clark. Class 4, Austin Justice. And Class 5, Shane Duty. Again, this is a selection of your champion and reserve champion Hereford steer.
As we get the Hereford steers back out here, I'm again really impressed with the depth and the quality that we've had in the show, and I want to personally thank the people that bred these and brought them here and helped exhibit them, the families and all of that, and the exhibitors, because it's really nice to be able to evaluate livestock that you like and truly can say good things about, and I really can appreciate the quality that we've had in here. So let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause, if you would, please. I truly believe there's a lot of different ways you could go from here on out, and I made the comment yesterday that when we were judging Ohio State Fair Supreme Heifer Show this summer with one of my best friends from Texas. He made the comment to me that, well, which ones do you think are elite? Because when you get to this point, honestly, there's no bad ones. And you could really go out there and probably justify every steer in here winning this thing. And I think there's only a couple of them that can win it and come back and compete. So I really apologize if you're not getting the place you want to get. I understand because I've been there before, but I think we can only pick a couple steers out here. And so I'm going to go out and try to select a couple steers. But I want to tell you that I think I'm really impressed with the quality. And if you would, give those exhibitors a round of applause one more time.
Congratulations, your champion Hereford steer is exhibited by Shane Duty. Coming into contention as your second place from that class is Ty Stevens, and he will be your reserve champion Angus steer. We're going to have another quick break to take pictures of our champion and reserve champion Hereford steers before we get started with our crossbreed classes. So want to take a minute to thank our sponsors for our awards for champion Hereford steer and reserve champion Hereford steer. Both awards are sponsored by the Maryland Hereford Association and KTM Ranch, the Poole family. right, we are now ready to head into our crossbreed steer show. Entering the ring is Class 1. We have Layla Ahalt with her steer weighing 1,183 pounds. Chloe Koblenz with her steer weighing 1,016 pounds. Kaylee Matthews with her steer weighing 1,194 pounds. Maddie Peterson is a scratch. We have Avery Pollock with her steer weighing 1,190 pounds. And Travis Storm with his steer weighing 1,196 pounds.
Well, I think a nice class to start off the Crossbred show, and a really nice individual lead off the class. Steer that's doing a lot of things we talked about all the way through. Very well put together. Steer that's got a lot of eye appeal, but got a lot of shape. He's one of the longest sided steers in here, one of the longest and squarest in his hip, the nicest in his top. And when you get him in motion, he moves out on all four corners, and I think there's a lot of shape and natural muscle to that animal as compared to the other ones. Then the steer that follows up next to him, I think, in terms of his stature, his size, and his quality is probably the next steer in here that we need to pay attention to. He's designed a lot like the steer, not quite as powerful as the steer we start the class with, but in terms of his top and his hip and the squareness of his design, I think he logically falls in second. Then we've got a steer that's a real long, deep-sided steer coming next the young man's got. He tends to disappoint you just a bit when you get from his hip back. Again, he's just not quite as explosive in his muscle structure down his top and through his hip. But you like the structure of the steer, and you like the long-sided, easy-moving steer. Then we've got a steer that's a little more challenged in his skeleton, a little more pushed together, a little more tight-wound. He's got plenty of muscle to him. He's just not quite as long and as smooth as some of the steers that we've got above him today. Not as square in his hip, a little bit rounder in that design. A long-sided steer that's smooth in his skeleton to round out the class, just not quite as powerful in his muscle in terms of his top and his hip, and it's to stifle, especially as the steer's above him. But a nice, useful steer. Really like the skeleton in that calf. Let's give him a round of applause for all those kids, if you would, please.
Results of Class 1 Crossbreed steers. First place goes to Avery Pollock. Second place, Chloe Koblins. Third place, Travis Storm. Fourth place, Kaylee Matthews. And fifth place, Layla Ahalt. Entering the ring now is Class 2 of Crossbreed steers. We have Hayden Hahn with her steer weighing 1,275 pounds. We have Cooper Kefauver with his steer weighing 1,243 pounds. Luke Lewis with his steer weighing 1,257 pounds. Alston Newsbaum with his steer weighing 1,255 pounds. And Kaylee Wiles with her steer weighing 1,275 pounds. In this class, the second entry of Cooper Kefauver is a scratch. Following along in your program on the right-hand side for Class 1 of Crossbreed steers, 5, 2, 4, scratch, 1, and 3.
I think another really nice class, and I know I say that a lot, but when you've got ones out here that you can really tie into, I think it's nice. And I think both these steers off the top, I think, is a pair that come at me and really express a lot of things that we're looking at. I think the differences in the steer is the steer we start with, a little bit more explosive in his muscle, I think a little wider base steer, deeper middled steer, maybe a little soggier in his structure, maybe a little nicer in the way his shoulder fits together into his top line. Then the steer we've got here maybe is a little leaner steer, and I like that about him as well. Not quite as square in his hip, maybe a little bit more up-headed, a little bit taller statured steer, not quite as soggy, maybe a little bit more tight wound, but both of those steers are really nice. I think just a little bit more explosive muscle, especially in the rear in his hip, than the steer that starts the class. We've got another calf that's coming here, and I think the muscle structure in this steer is really exceptional, and that's not quite as square and strong down of his top and into his hip, and squareness and design probably play into that quite a little bit. And we've got two steers off the bottom that I think are a little bit flatter in their rib, a little bit flatter in their hip structure and down their top line than the steers they've got above them. But I think logically in these two steers, you've got way more muscle pattern in the steer that goes second to the bottom than the steer that closes the class. So I think the logical placing from top to bottom, if you would give those exhibitors a round of applause, I think a really nice set.
Results of Class 2 Crossbred steers. First place goes to Hayden Hahn. Second place, Kaylee Wiles. Third place, Austin Newsbaum. Fourth place, Cooper Kefauver. Fifth place, Luke Lewis. Following along in your program, down the right-hand side, 1, scratch, 4, 5, 3, 2. Entering the ring now is our Class 3 of Crossbred steers. Delana Bryant is a scratch in this class. We have Harry Hewitt with his steer weighing 1,303 pounds. Luke Lewis with his steer weighing 1,300 pounds. Colton Newsbaum with his steer weighing 1,372 pounds. Kenley Newsbaum with her steer weighing 1,296 pounds. Alyssa Slimmer with her steer weighing 1,363 pounds. And we have an added entry to this class, Cooper Kefauver, with his steer weighing 1,358 pounds.
I think a really nice place to start in this class, and I think a class that's got a lot of really good animals from top to bottom. But I think a pretty logical place to start. I think the steer kind of hits you when you first look at him, and he's well balanced and he's well presented. But when you get to analyze him, he's a wide base steer that puts a really nice shoulder together with a really nice top line and hip, and really nice in his lines. But yet he's got a lot of power to him, a lot of softness to him as well. But when you compare him to the steer in second, he is so much stronger and squarer down his top than the steer is. He balances up nicer than that steer does, and so he logically has to win this class. I think there's nothing taken away from the second place steer. Steer I really like well. He's just not quite as smooth in the way his shoulder blends into his forerib. He's not quite as smooth in the way his hip runs into his tail head. Then we've got a steer that comes in next, a little shorter sided, a little plainer fronted steer, but a steer I think that's got a lot of good in him. I really like his top and his hip design, and sure, he's probably not the raciest fronted one. He's not the flashiest steer and the way he's presented, but I think a really solid individual, really deep-sided square steer the way he's made down his top. The next steer that comes out is a steer that just disappoints us a little bit. When you look from his hip back, he's just not quite as powerful in his overall design as the steers we've got ahead of him. A nice, tall, clean-made steer, but then down his top, I like him coming out of his shoulder. Just from his hip back, he disappoints a little bit. Let's give all the exhibitors a round of applause, if you would, please.
Results of Class 3 Crossbred steers. First place goes to Alyssa Slimmer. Second place, Colton Newsbaum. Third place, Cooper Kefalver. Fourth place, Kenley Newsbaum. Fifth place, Luke Lewis. And sixth place, Harry Hewitt. Following along in your program on the right-hand side, scratch, 6, 5, 2, 4, 1, 3. Entering the ring now is our fourth and final class of crossbred steers. We have Nathan Anders with his steer weighing 1,405 pounds. Michaela Burrier with her steer weighing 1,443 pounds. Jacob Inskeep with his steer weighing 1,427 pounds. Matthew Lewis with his steer weighing 1,460 pounds. Aubrey Meisinger with her steer weighing 1,418 pounds. And Charlotte Pollock with her steer weighing 1,393 pounds. Scratch it. We do have one class additional after this that we split out. We have an additional steer that's going to be a single entry in the next class. So this is class 4, and the next class will be class 5. Will be an added class to your program.
Another really nice class of crossbred steers, and I think two really nice steers to lead off the top for sure. The steer that we've started the class with, I think he just holds himself together a little better to me than the red steer that's in second. When you get him parked and put him in motion, either one, I think he just holds himself together a little bit nicer, especially in his top and his hip, than the steer that we've got in second. I think he's a little smoother in the shoulder, the way it blends into his front end again. Probably more balanced steer is that he's carrying his thickness and his depth back farther than this steer is a little higher twisted. But I think two really nice steers there, packed full of muscle, and really got to appreciate that about them. Two eye-appealing steers with a lot of muscle and a lot of class. I'd like to change one thing about the steer that leads off the class. I'd like to straighten him out at his knee joint a little bit. He wants to turn out a bit, but I just wanted to comment about that. I don't think it's a critical thing at this point. Like I say, these animals are near market condition and they're getting around the ring, so that's not really an issue. Let's get those steers out, and then we'll talk about the third and fourth place steers. I think it's good steers in their own right, but when you get to analyze them, not quite the pizzazz of the steers that we've got that we start the class with. Solid. They've got a lot of meat in them. They've got top. They've got hip. They've got width, the base. I just don't think they're quite as attractive in their hip structure and their top lines as the steers we've got ahead of them. I think particularly the fourth place steer carries a lot more of his depth in his chest, not as much back into his twist. Doesn't have the Springer rib. It's a little bit flatter in its overall design. The Charolais Mark steer the young lady's got next, I think, is a steer that I really like his balance and his eye appeal. I think he's a little bit more raw, a little bit greener over his rib. He seems to be open in his rib structure. I think he just needs a little more time and a little more condition to compete higher in his class today. Then the steer that rounds off the class, the steer that's just flatter in his design. You can see he's flatter in his rib. He's flatter in his stifle muscle. He's got the least amount of width from his hip back. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause, if you would, please, for a good set.
Results of Class 4 Crossbred Steers. First place goes to Michaela Burrier. Second place, Charlotte Polak. Third place, Jacob Inskeep. Fourth place, Matthew Lewis. Fifth place, Aubrey Meisinger. And sixth place, Nathan Anders. Entering the ring now is a single entry in our added class, Class 5. Candace Offit with her steer weighing 1,495 pounds. Following along in your program on the right-hand side for Class 4, placings are 6, 1, 3, 4, 5, and 2.
Another single entry here that we got coming at us, but I think the steer obviously could handle a lot more competition. He is a steer that's very attractive, I think very athletic when you put him in the move. He really holds his top together nice, coming out of the top of his shoulder into his top line with the base, and bone structure and skeleton are very favorable, I think, for the steer. I like his width, the base. If I change him a little bit, I might balance him up a little bit. He gets a little high in his twist from compared to his brisket back into his rear twist. I think I would change that just a little bit, but I really like the way his shoulder blends into his top line blends into his hip. A really nice profiling steer when you get him parked and get his head up. Let's give this young lady a round of applause.
Congratulations, the single entry in that Class 5 goes to Candace Offit. We will now get ready to select our champion and reserve champion crossbred steer. We will be bringing our second place entries in first again. From Class 1, our second place entry is Chloe Koblentz. From Class 2, Kaylee Wiles. Class 3, Colton Newsbaum. And Class 4, Charlotte Pollock. Our class winners for your Crossbred Steer Division: Class 1, Avery Pollock; Class 2, Hayden Hahn; Class 3, Alyssa Slimmer; Class 4, Michaela Burrier; and Class 5, Candace Offit. We would like to thank our sponsors for the awards for Champion and Reserve Champion Crossbred Steer. Our award for Champion Crossbred Steer is sponsored by Denny and Jackie Willard from Smithsburg, Maryland. And our Reserve Champion Crossbred Steer Award is sponsored by the Willard family and the Donnelly family of Smithsburg, Maryland.
Well, again, as we get these back out of here, the decisions get tougher, and I think the cattle get more competitive, and the just everything kind of intensifies. And I think that I would be remiss if I hadn't mentioned that I think that all of those folks sitting around, and I appreciate all the crowd we have out here, the participation and helping the kids out. I think that it really is important for you to understand that none of this happens by accident. And yeah, it teaches the kids a lot. And I think someone made the comment this summer to us that it's amazing what the animal teaches a kid, not the kid teaches the animal. So I think the connection that they've got is insurmountable and very important. But I just want everybody to know that I appreciate, because I do this for a living and have spent a lot of time getting cattle to look like they look in this ring. So I take this time to really thank everybody for bringing these out. And if you would give these kids a round of applause, I'd appreciate it.
Congratulations, your champion crossbred steer goes to Alyssa Slimmer. Coming into contention from Class 3 is Colton Newsbaum. Congratulations, your reserve champion crossbred steer goes to Michaela Burrier. Now take another few minutes to grab the pictures of our champion and reserve champion crossbred steer before we move into our Shorthorn show. We are now starting our Shorthorn steer show. In the ring now is Class 1, Delana Bryant with her steer weighing 1,130 pounds, and Lexi Bureau with her steer weighing 1,122 pounds.
You're all right. Leave them both alone. You must sleep here, right? Last time I told you to. I didn't home. Oh, my. All right, I'll be back.
Two nice Shorthorn steers here to start Shorthorn show. I think the white steer that we start with, I think, is a steer that just combines more muscle shape. He's just more masculine in his overall design. I'd like to change maybe his shoulder structure, and that's where I think the second place steer does excel him. And he's got a flatter shoulder, more angular on his shoulder. This steer's a more straight up in his front. But I think the steer here just definitely has more muscle shape down his top and through his hip, and he kind of overwhelms the steer in terms of that. Really nice presented steer, got up headed. He's clean in his overall design. He balances up really nice, just not quite as much power in that steer that goes in second. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause, please.
Results of Class 1 Shorthorn steers. First place goes to Delana Bryant. Second place, Lexi Bureau. Along the right-hand side, 1 and 2. Entering the ring now is Class 2 of Shorthorn steers. We have Michaela Burrier with her steer weighing 1,200 pounds, and Garrett Campbell with his steer weighing 1,195 pounds. We want to remind our exhibitors today that you can start bringing your sales sheets up here to the table In the front of the ring, we have a box that you can start stacking them in. Your blue sales sheets for Saturday. Make sure you're bringing those up here to our table today.
Got two Shorthorn steers out here that are really nice individuals, totally different in their kind. I think we've got a little taller statured steer that starts the class today. I think it's a bit of an optical delusion. You wonder if that steer is as thick as the other steer, and really when you get to analyze him, look down his top and just really get to putting an eyeball on it, I think he is. He doesn't look quite of that because he's longer and he's taller, and I think that's kind of an optical illusion, but I think this steer here has probably got more gas in him than the other steer. I think he needs to be fed a little bit longer. The other steer is more near his market weight. I think that steer there is going to probably be fine. He's just a little bit smaller statured steer. He's a little bit shorter sided steer. Doesn't bring quite the performance as the other steer does. Not quite as pizzazz, and he's got deeper in his chest than the other steer. But I think there's a lot of good pieces about both of those steers. Let's give those exhibitors a round of applause, if you would, please.
Results of Class 2, Shorthorn steers. First place goes to Michaela Burrier. Second place, Garrett Campbell. Following along your program on the right-hand side, 1 and 2. Entering the ring now is Class 3 of Shorthorn steers. We have a single entry, Charlotte Weddle, with her steer weighing 1,270 pounds.
Don't want to take anything away from the quality of these single entries. Steer obviously deserves to have some competition out here, and he doesn't. But I think that the things we need to really analyze is the way the steer is made. I think from a structural standpoint, the cleanness of his joints. I think I like the way his skeleton's presented. I like the way his top and hip fit together, the way his shoulder fits into his spine. A lot of those things he brings to the table. He's got some width of top and width of base, and I think we need to appreciate those things about him. Kind of a flatter-haired steer doesn't have the amount of pizzazz as some of the ones that we've seen out here that are fitted up, but I think a really smooth steer from end to end. And let's give this young lady a round of applause.
Congratulations to Charlotte Weddle. She will be winning our Class 3 steer, or Class 3 of Shorthorn steers. Entering the ring now is Class 4 and our final class of Shorthorn steers. We have Peyton Davis with her steer weighing 1,432 pounds. Jana Inskeep with her steer weighing 1,380 pounds. And Chloe Kaiholtz with her steer weighing 1,401 pounds.
I think as much as any class we've probably had in here today, I think all useful steers. I mean, these are all pretty good steers. You could probably take this red steer that's acting a fool right now to place a lot of places and win a class. I think all of those steers are pretty good. I think this steer that we start with combines the most good things into one package. I think he's one of the longer steers in here. He's good in his hip. He's good in his top. He's good in his structure. I think that probably his structure is more ideal than any of the other steers in here in terms of his skeleton, the way he's put together. So I appreciate those things about him. But I think the power that he brings and the package and the eye appeal he brings, I think he has to win this class pretty easy. Then we've got a steer that probably calls him in terms of his shape and muscle shape and depth and squareness. I think it's probably as well as any. Not quite as good down in his chest, probably not quite as good with his skeleton and the way his shoulder fits together as a steer that we've got in that wins the class. Then the red steer we've got off the bottom is a steer that I really like in his type and kind. He holds himself together really good on the move. I think he's a little bit straight up in his shoulder, a little bit more coarse in his joints maybe than the steers above him, but I think a real useful calf even to close this class. If you would give these exhibitors a round of applause, I'd appreciate it.
Congratulations, results of Class 4 Shorthorn steers. First place goes to Peyton Davis. Second place, Chloe Kaiholtz. And third place, Jana Inskeep. Following along in your program on the right-hand side, 1, 3, and 2. We will now be bringing in the ring our selection for champion and reserve champion Shorthorn steer. We'll be bringing in our second place animals first. From Class 1, we have Lexi Bureau. From Class 2, we have Garrett Campbell. And from Class 4, we have Chloe Kaiholtz. Our class winners, we have Class 1, Delana Bryant. Class 2, Michaela Burrier. From Class 3, Charlotte Weddle. And from Class 4, Peyton Davis. We would like to thank our sponsor for our awards for the champion and reserve champion Shorthorn steer. They were both sponsored by the Maryland Shorthorn Association.
As we get the back out for the division, I'm really happy with the quality that we've got in front of us. If you would give all these exhibitors a round of applause, I'll go out and pick a couple champion reserve for you. But I'm really pleased with the lineup. Thank you.
Congratulations, your champion Shorthorn steer goes to Peyton Davis. Coming into contention from Class 4 is our second place entry from Chloe Kaiholtz. Congratulations, your reserve champion Shorthorn steer is exhibited by Michaela Burrier. We're going to take another quick break for photos before we get into our Shorthorn Plus steer show. All right, we will now be starting our Shorthorn Plus steer show. Class 1, we have 2 entries. Delana Bryant with her steer weighing 1,140 pounds, and Josh Weibel with his steer weighing 1,100 pounds.
This first class of lightweight Shorthorn Plus, I think we've got a pair of steers out here that are both good in their own right. A little bit different type steers. I think we got a little rounder, a little bolder made steer that starts the class. A little bit more shape to him, but it doesn't fit together quite as nicely as the steer that we've got in second. The steer we got in second, smoother in his shoulder, nicer in the way his top line blends in, a little bit longer in his profile, but just not quite as much power as the steer that we start the class with. But I think two really nice steers. If you would, give these exhibitors a round of applause. I appreciate it.
Results of Class 1 Shorthorn Plus steers. First place goes to Josh Weibel. Second place, Delana Bryant. Following along in your program on the right-hand side, 2 and 1. Entering the ring now is Class 2 of Shorthorn Plus steers. We have 2 entries. JC Inskeep with her steer weighing 1,270 pounds, and Jana Inskeep with her steer weighing 1,243 pounds.
We'll go ahead and discuss these. I think they're feeling a little frisky. The weather's nice. So the steer that we're going to start with is the black steer. I think that the steer, again, just like kind of in the last class, I think we've got 2 different types of steers here. We've got a little coarser made steer, but we got a steer that's got more explosive muscle mass and working down his top and his hip, and I think that's the steer we start with in the black steer. The steer that's a long-sided smooth steer we goes in second. I think he's not quite as square in his hip, and he's not got as much explosive muscle, but I think a really nice pair of steers. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause, if you would, please.
Results of Class 2 Shorthorn Plus steers. First place goes to JC Inskeep. Second place, Jana Inskeep. Along the right-hand side, 1 and 2. Entering the ring now will be Class 3 of our Shorthorn Plus steers. We have Peyton Campbell with her steer weighing 1,316 pounds. Adeline Eves with her steer weighing 1,290 pounds. Peyton Reinhardt with her steer weighing 1,331 pounds. And Kaylee Wiles with her steer weighing 1,300 pounds.
I think from the sake of trying to keep all these exhibitors and their steers together, I think we're just going to do this. The steer I'm going to start with will be the one on my right, and we'll go this way. But I think rather than make them all walk again and try to get somebody get loose, I think maybe this is the safest thing to do. So if you'll pull up just a little bit, young lady. The steer we start with, the steer that balances up the best to me from front to rear, from his brisket down in his lower twist. I think he's carries the depth and balance probably better than anything in here. And I think he is the steer that's the longest sided, the longest hip, got the most amount of top and hip and depth and amount of bone structure, and I really like this way he puts it into a really functional skeleton. Then we've got a steer that's a little bolder, a little straighter in his front end. He's carrying the amount of power we're looking for. He's just not quite as nice in his skeleton as a steer we start the class with, maybe not quite as long-sided, doesn't carry his depth back as nicely, but two really good steers to start off with. Then we've got a pair of steers that are really smooth that we've got back here, a little bit flatter in their skeleton, a little bit flatter in their bone work. This steer here is probably a little nicer profiled, a little better balanced than the steer that's off the bottom, in that his chest and his rear flank balance up a little nicer than the steer we've got off the bottom. But I think really good quality steers from top to bottom. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause, if you would, please.
Results of Class 3, Shorthorn Plus steers. First place goes to Kaylee Wiles. Second place, Peyton Reinhardt. Third place, Adeline Eves. And fourth place, Peyton Campbell. Following along in your program, down the right-hand side, 4, 3, 2, 1. Entering the ring now will be Class 4 and our final class of Shorthorn Plus steers. Cadence Offit was a scratch in this class, but we have an added entry, and it will be our single entry in this class. Cassidy Sill with her steer weighing 1,417 pounds.
I think a really competitive steer is a single entry here. Be interesting to see him come back and how he matches up with all the other steers that we've got. But I think a really nice steer, really packed with a lot of muscle and a lot of eye appeal. He's about right in the amount of condition I think that he has for his end point. He gets around the ring and does well job as far as movement and structure. I think his skeleton's good. He's a kind of a shorter sided steer, but really packed full of muscle. Let's give this young lady a round of applause, please.
Congratulations to our winner of Class 4, Shorthorn Plus steers, Cassidy Sill. We are now ready to select our champion and reserve champion, Shorthorn Plus steers. Entering the ring first will be our second place entries. From Class 1, we have Delana Bryant. From Class 2, we have Jana Inskeep. And from Class 3, we have Peyton Reinhardt. Ooh. Our class winners in your Shorthorn Plus Steer Show, from Class 1, we have Josh Weibel. From Class 2, we have JC Inskeep. From Class 3, we have Kaylee Wiles. And from Class 4, we have Cassidy Sill.
Another nice set of breed champions and your class winners and your second place. And I really want to commend the exhibitors for bringing the quality animals out here. I'll go out and try to pick a couple, but I'm real pleased with the way they came together, and I hope you are too. Give them a round of applause.
Congratulations, your champion Shorthorn Plus Steer is exhibited by Cassidy Sill. There was no second place in that class, so there's no one coming in for contention. Congratulations, your reserve champion Shorthorn Plus Steer is exhibited by Kaylee Wiles. will now be starting our All Other Breeds, or AOB, steer show. Entering the ring for Class 1, we have Gage Axline with his steer weighing 1,170 pounds. Jonah Grossnickel with his steer weighing 1,195 pounds. Violet Grossnickel with her steer weighing 1,215 pounds. Braylon Kaiholtz with her steer weighing 1,229 pounds. And Colby Kaiholtz with his steer weighing 1,200 pounds.
Some really nice quality animals from top to bottom in this class. I think there's sure some differences in the class as well. I think the steer we start out with is probably one of the soggiest steers in here in terms of his skeleton and the way he's put together. I think he really put him in motion. You can tell that he's one of the softest made steers in here. But I still like the way he comes out top of his shoulder into his spine. And I think he balances up really nice, well presented. I think probably the steer that deserves to win the class. The steer that I really like that is a little bit plainer is the steer that's in second. He's a little rounder, coarser in his hip, a little coarser in his shoulder than the steer we start with, but I think a really useful steer, and that steer's got a lot of meat animal shape in him. I like the way he profiles when you get him stopped. I like the way he moves. I like the amount of flex he's got to his skeleton. I think a really nice steer, just not quite as straight and strong and as true. Then we've got a steer that is straight, strong, and true in his skeleton. He's not quite got the depth down low, and his skeletal structure, he's pretty straight off both ends, and he struggles when you put him in motion just a little bit, but a pretty nice steer, all other things considered. Then we roll into a Charolais steer that's another nice Charolais-looking smoke steer, but I think a steer that really doesn't balance up as nicely as the steers above him, and he's a little bit rounder in his design and a little bit flatter in the part of his center stifle especially. I think that's also where the next steer has a problem. I think he's just a little too flat in his rib, a little too flat in his stifle, doesn't carry the amount of muscle, really smooth from end to end like his top line and like his hip. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause if you would, please.
Results of Class 1 AOB steers. First place goes to Colby Kaiholtz. Second place, Jonah Grossnickel. Third place, Braylon Kaiholtz. Fourth place, Violet Grossnickel. And fifth place, Gage Axline. Following along in your program, down the right-hand side, 5, 2, 4, 3, 1. Entering the ring now is Class 2 of AOB steers. We have Rhett Axline with his steer weighing 1,312 pounds. Caitlin Bentz with her steer weighing 1,315 pounds. Kobe Burrier with his steer weighing 1,295 pounds. Kinley Keeney with her steer weighing 1,304 pounds. Aubrey Palin with her steer weighing 1,288 pounds. And Kaylee Wiles with her steer weighing 1,344 pounds. We do want to let everyone ringside know we have a birthday today. Rhett Axline, who's in the ring right now, it's his birthday, so if everyone can wish him a happy birthday.
Another nice set, but a lot of trade-offs, I think. The steer that we've got here that leads the class, I think just smooth as a ribbon from end to end. I think that steer balances up really nice. He's very up-headed. He may not be the most explosive muscle, but he's in the top 3, I think, as far as muscle. He's in the top 1, obviously, in his profile and the way he's put together, his skeletal structure, his balance, his depth that he carries from front to rear, and I think that's kind of what wins it for him. The next steer is a steer that's packed full of muscle, but I think a steer that's a lot coarser than the steer we start the class with. He doesn't balance up as nice. He doesn't profile as good because he's deeper chested and higher flanked than the other steer, but I really appreciate the amount of muscle and mass that he's got working for him, just a little bit coarser in the way he's presented. Then we've got a steer that's kind of the combination of the two. He doesn't have as much muscle as this steer. He doesn't have as much profile as the other steer, and I think he logically goes into third, but I think those 3 steers really, really are competitive. The next steer, not quite as much of ring presence as some of the steers above him, and maybe not quite as extended through his neck, and that he's kind of short necked and a little cresty, but really appreciate the muscle and mass that that animal possesses. I think those are really good attributes to carry through for at least a commercial steer point. Then we've got a steer that's just a little bit flatter again in his design, not quite as much muscle structure as some of the calves above him, really smooth and nice in his skeleton, just not quite as explosive in his muscle. And then the one that closes the class is the same way. I think he just doesn't have the amount of muscle mass working for him to go higher in this class today. Would you give these exhibitors a round of applause, please?
Results of Class 2 AOB steers. First place goes to Kaylee Wiles. Second place, Kinley Keeney. Third place, Aubrey Palin. Fourth place, Caitlin Bentz. Fifth place, Kobe Burrier. And sixth place, Rhett Axline. Following along in your program, down the right-hand side, 6, 4, 5, 2, 3, 1. Entering the ring now is Class 3 of AOB steers. We have Justin Inskeep with his steer weighing 1,370 pounds. Sean Duty with his steer weighing 1,403 pounds. Justin Inskeep with his steer weighing 1,350 pounds. Maddie Peterson with her steer weighing 1,395 pounds. And Peyton Reinhardt with her steer weighing 1,348 pounds. We do have one change in this class. Justin Inskeep's entry number 6455 is a market heifer, and she's been moved to the market heifer class. So reading down your program, we have Sean Duty, Justin Inskeep with entry 6456, Maddie Peterson, and then Peyton Reinhardt.
I think an interesting class and one that really has a lot of differences. I think that we've got steers out here that, you know, might win a beauty contest, but that isn't everything that we're doing out here. So I think this steer that we start the class with maybe is a little plainer than the steer that was in second. But I think that steer, when you get to analyze him, I like this steer a lot. The way he's put together, the amount of shape he's got, the smoothness he's got, and he's got no hair to cover anything up. So what you're looking at is what you're seeing. I think his hip fits together good. I like the set to his hind leg, his front shoulder, the way it blends into his top line and everything. I think that steer is just pretty solid from end to end. A lot of times wouldn't win a beauty contest, but I think he's a solid steer, and I think he deserves to win this class in my mind. Then we've got a steer that comes in next, and I think that steer is highly presented, highly fitted. I really appreciate all that things about him, but I will tell you that I'm not sure he's as stout as a steer. I don't think his structure is as right as the steer that we start the class with, and I'm not too sure there's more true muscle mass in this steer than there's the steer we start the class with, even though I think he is very, very good steer. He's well presented, and I appreciate that. Thank you, young lady, for bringing him out here. Then we've got a steer that comes in next. Again, a little flatter-haired steer, maybe not as highly presented, not as highly fitted, but really solid. I think this carcass in this animal is solid. He's a little shorter-sided steer, but I think packed full of muscle. Then we've got another steer that's kind of short-sided. He's a little deeper-chested, maybe a little plainer made, a solid steer, but not quite as explosive in his muscle from his hip back, and he carries a lot more depth through his chest. Let's give all these young exhibitors a round of applause, if you would, please.
Results of Class 3 AOB steers. First place goes to Sean Duty. Second place, Maddie Peterson. Third place, Justin Inskeep. And fourth place, Peyton Reinhardt. Reading down the program on the right-hand side, 1, scratch, 3, 2, 4. Entering the ring now is our fourth and final class of our AOBs. We have Avery Harbaugh with her steer weighing 1,467 pounds. Jordan Inskeep with her steer weighing 1,460 pounds. Kaylee Matthews with her steer weighing 1,442 pounds. And Maddie Peterson with her steer weighing 1,446 pounds. Cassidy Sill is a scratch in this class. Following this class will be our selection of our champion and reserve champion AOB steer, and then we will move into our market heifer show before we do our final selections of grand and reserve grand champion steer.
I think another interesting class here. I think a really pretty steer, a really highly fitted, highly profiling steer that starts this class. Really smooth in the way he fits together, very up-headed in his design, like the way that he fits into his shoulder, like his skeleton about as well as anything in here. So this steer kind of services to the top in all those different categories. The steer in second is a steer that's just a little plainer, doesn't balance up quite as nicely as the steer we start the class with. I think the steer's got plenty of muscle mass working for him, and I think he's got, from a skeletal standpoint, I just think he challenges a little more when you put him in motion. As does the next steer. I think he's a little bit straight up in his design. He's a little bit higher performance steer than down in his chest and up in his flank, and so he doesn't balance up quite as nicely. And then the steer that closes the class, the smoke-colored steer, is just a little flatter in his overall design. Super like his length of side and his strength of top, but I think that really the steer is just kind of the flattest in his overall design of his rib shape and his muscle mass working down in his flank. Let's give these steer exhibitors a round of applause, if you would, please.
Results of Class 4 AOB steers. First place goes to Maddie Peterson. Second place, Kaylee Matthews. Third place, Jordan Inskeep. And fourth place, Avery Harbaugh. Following along in your program on the right-hand side, 4, 3, 2, 1, and scratch. Entering the ring now will be our drive for our champion and reserve champion AOB steer. We'll be bringing our second place entries in first. Our second place entry from Class 1 is Jonah Grossnickel. From Class 2, Kinley Keeney. From Class 3, Maddie Peterson. And Class 4, Kaylee Matthews. Our class winners in the AOB steer division: Class 1, Colby Kaiholtz; Class 2, Kaylee Wiles; Class 3, Sean Duty; and Class 4, Maddie Peterson. Again, this is the selection of your champion and reserve champion AOB steer. We'd like to thank Spring Valley Farm, the Lambert family, for sponsoring our awards for both champion and reserve champion AOB steer today.
as we get these back out here again, I'd like to thank the exhibitors and their families for bringing out a really excellent group. I'll go out and pick a couple out of this division, but I'm really happy with them. And if you would, give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Our champion AOB steer is exhibited by Maddie Peterson. Coming into contention from Class 4, our second place entry, Kaylee Matthews. Congratulations, our reserve champion AOB steer goes to Sean Duty. We're going to take another quick break for pictures here before we get into our market heifer show. Entering the ring now will be our Class 1 of our Market Heifer Show. In this class, Knox Axe Line was a scratch. So we have 2 entries, Chloe Koblentz with her Market Heifer weighing 1,165 pounds, and Delaney Ogg with her heifer weighing 1,160 pounds.
Two really nice heifers in this first market heifer division. I think that I'm going to leave the heifers just like they are when they came in, and I think that the thing that separates them is when you get behind them and look down their top, and this heifer here is very up-headed, the way she's put together, but she's powerfully made at the bottom. She's powerfully made at top. She's got more width of base. A little bit longer-sided female here, maybe a little bit plainer, but a little bit less muscle expression for this division. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Two really nice heifers to start it off.
Results of Class 1 Market Heifers. First place goes to Chloe Koblentz. Second place, Delaney Ogg. Following along the right side of your program, scratch 1 and 2. Entering the ring now is Class 2 of Market Heifers. In this class, we have 2 entries. Marshall Stevens with his heifer weighing 1,361 pounds. And we have an added entry that was moved from the steer class, Justin Inskeep. Justin's heifer weighs 1,370 pounds.
I think two really nice heifers again, and I think there's some differences in it too. But I think the heifer that wins the class has to win. So in terms of carcass value, I just think that when you think about her and you think about the length of spine and the way she's got the power built into her, I just think that she's more ideal in terms of the market animal than is the heifer that goes in second. I think the heifer in second is super long-sided and smooth, and I appreciate all those things about her. I think a young man's got a nice heifer, but she's just not as powerfully built as this heifer in terms of her skeletal design, in terms of her muscular design. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause, if you would, please.
Results of Class 2 market heifers: Justin Inskeep, first place. Second place, Marshall Stevens. Entering the ring now will be our third and final class of market heifers. We have Cora Koblenz with her heifer weighing 1,430 pounds, and Harry Hewitt with his heifer weighing 1,448 pounds.
In the final class here of the market heifers, I think we've got a pretty good example of what we're trying to produce. I think she still looks like a female, although she's just packed with muscle. I think a wide-based female from front to back, and I think she just packed with the amount of muscle. And it's hard, really, for me to not say that this one here, I think, kind of overwhelms this other female. I think the young man's got a nice female, and I appreciate a lot of things about her, but I don't think she is going to ever have the kind of mass and muscle that the female that starts class is going to have. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause, if you would, please.
Congratulations, results of Class 3 market heifers. First place goes to Cora Koblenz. Second place, Harry Hewitt. We will now be selecting our champion and reserve champion market heifer. We'll be bringing in our second place entries first. From Class 1, Delaney Ogg. From Class 2, Marshall Stevens. And Class 3, Harry Hewitt. Now entering the ring will be our class winners. Class 1, Chloe Koblenz. Class 2, Justin Inskeep. And Class 3, Cora Koblenz.
as we get the division back out here, I think we've got some really strong candidates. I'll go out and pick a couple champions for you. But again, could you put your hands together for these kids and their families and bringing these cattle out?
Congratulations, your champion market heifer is exhibited by Cora Koblenz. And your reserve champion market heifer is exhibited by Chloe Koblenz. We're going to take another break for photos of our market heifers before we do. We're now getting ready to do our selection of our grand champion and reserve grand champion steer. This year, in addition to grand and reserve grand champion steers, we will be selecting a third overall steer as well, thanks to a donation from an anonymous donor this year. So we want to give all of our award sponsors from today a big round of applause, please. Following the selection of our grand, reserve grand, and third overall steers, we will be selecting a champion and reserve champion bred and owned steer. So we encourage everyone to stick around for that as well, so we can make sure that we award those kids that have worked really hard with their bred-known animals as well. Entering the ring first will be our reserve steers from our breed divisions. Our reserve champion Angus steer is exhibited by Hayden Hahn. We can applaud as they come in. Our reserve champion Hereford steer is exhibited by Ty Stevens. Our reserve champion Crossbred steer is exhibited by Michaela Burrier. Our reserve champion Shorthorn steer is also exhibited by Michaela Burrier. Our reserve champion Shorthorn Plus steer is exhibited by Kaylee Wiles. Our reserve champion AOB steer is exhibited by Sean Duty. And our reserve champion market heifer is exhibited by Chloe Koblenz. Entering the ring are our breed champions. Our champion Angus steer is exhibited by Parker Hahn, weighing 1,439 pounds. Our champion Hereford steer is exhibited by Shane Duty, weighing 1,405 pounds. Our champion Crossbred steer is exhibited by Alyssa Slimmer, weighing 1,363 pounds. Our champion Shorthorn steer is exhibited by Peyton Davis, weighing 1,432 pounds. Our Shorthorn Plus steer is exhibited by Cassidy Sill, weighing 1,417 pounds. Our champion AOB steer is exhibited by Maddie Peterson, weighing 1,446 pounds. And our champion market heifer is exhibited by Cora Koblenz.
Well, it's that time. Everybody wants to be in the ring now. And I mean, I think that the part that everybody just doesn't really get until you do it, and I know those that have will understand what I'm talking about, is how many times you do this and fail, and do this and fail, and how frustrating it is, and now how expensive it is, and all the things that we talk about that there's struggles. But if you get to this point, then you're pretty satisfied, and then when you get this close, you're like, well, maybe I can get in the top two, maybe I can win this. And so there's always going to be disappointment, and I think that that goes along with it. I mean, I get disappointed as well, and I've showed for years and years and years, and some days it seems like you get it, and some days you don't, and really it's out of your control most most of the time when you get to this point. But I just want to let you know that how proud I am of the offering that they brought here. And I've been out here years ago, and I know that this is a long-standing community that has a lot of good livestock, and I sure appreciate the opportunity to come out and evaluate it. And I thank the kids for being here. I thank the parents for being here. I thank the crowd for being here. We've had a really good crowd participation today, and I appreciate that for the kids. And I thank you for everything that you've done. And if I can, I'd just like to be complimentary of my staff that's helped me today in the ring and now the announcing and getting cattle in and out of here. And if you would give them a round of applause, I'd appreciate it. I'm going to go out here and make a few people really happy, and I'm going to make some of them upset, and I've been on the other side of that, so I understand it. If you don't get along today, I hope you get along better that when you get further in the future, and I hope you don't give up on your projects because your kids have done a really good job. But I'm going to go out and select a couple steers, and then we'll move some around and see where we end up. But I appreciate the opportunity. I thank the kids, and if you would, give them one more round of applause. I appreciate it.
Congratulations, your grand champion steer is exhibited by Alyssa Slimmer with her crossbred steer. Coming into contention will be our reserve champion crossbred steer exhibited by Michaela Burrier. Congratulations, your reserve grand champion steer is exhibited by Parker Hahn with his Angus steer. We will be selecting a third overall steer, so stick around. Congratulations, your third overall steer is exhibited by Shane Duty with his Hereford. Let's give another round of applause for Mr. Ray Ramsey and all of our exhibitors out here today. We're going to take a break for photos of our grand and reserve and third overall steers before we get into our Bred Known Steer show to give all of these exhibitors a chance to get their Bred Known steers up here.
Attention in the exhibitors in the barn. I need your sale papers. They should be the teal papers. You have until 1:45 to get them turned in the show ring. So get your sale papers turned in so you can be in the sale. Thank you. And congratulations to all our winners. And we got to make sure that people go and get their pictures so that you have the pictures available for the sale.
whole lot, and it's going to really mess up the.
Okay, Daddy.
All right. No, I'm in a hurry. I'll walk. I'm used to walking. All right.
All right, everyone, we are getting ready to bring in our animals for our champion and reserve champion bred known steer show. We have a lot of exhibitors. First in the ring is Maddie Mae Lambert. We have Miley Lambert. We have Avery Harbaugh. Peyton Davis. We have 2 entries from Lexi Bureau. We have 2 entries from Luke Lewis. Peyton Troxel. Cora Koblenz. Jonah Grossnickel. Avery Pollock. Sorry, not Avery Pollock, Aubrey Meisinger. Avery Pollock's helping out. Violet Grossnickel. Oh my God, I'm so bad. I'm sorry. Violet Grossnickel. Delaney Ogg. Caroline Ahalt. Delana Bryant. Michaela Burrier. And Gage Axline. Again, these are all of our bred and owned animals in our show, which, as you can see, is a lot of them. But let's give these kids a round of applause. They bred and raised these animals from the time they bred their heifers to the time they were born, and raised them all the way to their end show here at the Great Frederick Fair.
Well, this, in my mind, is pretty important because we've done a good bit of winning. We've been very fortunate in my family, as you've heard on my bio, and showed cattle forever and been very fortunate to do this. But one of the real special things is to raise one, breed one, show one that you actually conceived, and whether you did it right or you did it wrong, or you were the mastermind behind what you bred to and mated to and those kind of things. It is kind of a special feeling. So I encourage you to put your hands together for these kids, because there's a difference between showing cattle and raising cattle. And this is raising cattle. So I really have a special place in my heart for ones that you conceived and you brought along, and you did everything you could to get them to this point. So I think it's important that we take a few minutes, and I'm going to walk around a little bit more and make sure I've got my mind made up. But I really appreciate the show, and it's really nice to have this many numbers that are actually bred by their own exhibitor. Thank you.
Congratulations, your champion bred and owned steer is exhibited by Peyton Davis. Congratulations, your reserve champion bred and owned steer is exhibited by Michaela Burrier. That concludes this afternoon's show. Thank you, everyone, for coming out, and let's give another round of applause to our exhibitors and our judge, Mr. Ray Ramsey.